Hello. It is time. Alright, so I am trying to figure out some better trying to figure this auto exposure thing. Essentially, I think all I want is these settings to show up even if auto exposure is turned off. Because these are the settings I read from. This section and this section. But I can't see them when this is turned off. So it's a bit silly. Unfortunately, also, when it's turned on, this is like a built-in engine thing where I can't turn it off. I have to uncheck this box to turn it off. Because it's a tone mapping thing at the very last step that I can't control. Essentially here I have to set this to linear, which just turns it off. And then I also have to turn this off. So I guess what I actually need to do is probably just go and quit. Yeah. Well, I didn't change anything, so. Today's gonna be a compile day, so I guess I may as well go and set it to 0 because I know it's gonna be 0. I think I was forgetting a few days too, because it's 1 doesn't seem right. I feel like it should be 4. Okay. Yeah, task. Okay. Bam. Go here. And then I'm looking for camera attributes. And then this uses a property list for some reason. Physical. What? Notify property list changed. Interesting. Is that defined? Oh, here we go. Auto exposure enabled, property hint group enabled, and then I'm going to do checkbox only. This also changes, I guess because this is in the same group, is why. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, so it should just be that change. And it looks like it's gonna redo the whole thing. Tough. Or maybe not. It's just really slow for some reason. I guess it's like checking every file to see if anything changed. All right, nice. So now I can edit that with it being turned off. I have to do this weird thing. I have to turn it on, change the value, turn it off, and see what my system does. My system should be updating for it. Cool. Okay, go back over to player, please. All right, so turn it off and okay. So it didn't show up. It didn't work. Property hint, group enable, checkbox only. Checkbox only. Oh. Because for some reason they do this. Okay. Property name begins with auto exposure and auto exposure enabled. It's not this one. This is some old leftover code. That's straight up just leftover code. That code should be deleted now with checkboxes. The checkbox handles that now. Okay. This should be like 20 seconds. Should go right to 63 or whatever it was. Okay, or not. Still pretty quick. Yeah, checkboxes replace that behavior. What they were doing, checkboxes replace that. I guess they have forgotten to update that. Also, they have weird ordering stuff where the two categories are still combined, but also not. Okay, cool. So it's turned off, but now I should be able to lower this. I was gonna say I should be able to lower this, but it seems like it's already getting pretty low. Alright, let me go to night. These are messing with auto exposure, I believe. Maybe they're not, actually. I think they are not. I think they're debug. Yeah, they apply to rendering after everything that I do. But unfortunately, they are still annoying. I guess I can just go over here. Oh, they are messing with auto exposure. Never mind. This is still quite a bit brighter than I would expect it to be. What if I turn, so if I turn this up, this should, okay, good. It's working. I can mess with this value and actually see the results without also doubly exposing it like this. Doubling the value would increase the exposure value by 1. What is the point of this? Why would I want to do this? I guess this is just the standard darkness. Is that what this is? Because I think all this does is it changes these values, which is like a luminosity scale that I read in. I'm just gonna leave those default. This seems weirdly quite bright. Okay, so that just was bugged, I guess. I needed to modify this. Flashlight on. Let me do this for now. Let me turn off the dynamic collision. Just disabled, I guess. Okay, cool. That just gets rid of it right away. Awesome. So supposedly the light is on of the player. Okay, so it is. Why is the light not getting up there? That's really weird. Is that correct? Why do the trees do that? Also, I apparently have a bug. Trying an instance node, I think, does this. Probably, maybe. Set instance collision cells. Why are we constantly calling this, though? Why are we constantly calling it? If data is not for collision update, this only needs to run if it's changed, so that's kind of a mistake. It's kind of a mistake. So what I can do is I can just check, would be equal to three. Okay. Then I leave a note for that. All right. But why does that... Why does the tree block the light like that? Why does it... Maybe it needs to be marked double-sided. Shadow casting? That probably makes sense. Yeah, double-sided shadow casting, maybe? That's the Aspen. Nope. Does not fix it. Is it possibly that this is not technically in the alpha? How is that? I mean, okay. Possibly if I say col front, then it works. No. Okay. So col disabled. And what is going on? Depth draw always. Very weird. Should I say depth pre-pass alpha? Don't understand. How is light being stopped there? What? What? Hey, Dylan. Okay. That's great. What is causing this? How is it that light can't go there? Light can't pass through this material. It needs to be able to, but the flashlight can't pass through the material. So you can see what's happening here, right? Like, the light is shining up on this trunk, and it should be lighting up this area here, and it's not. It's being stopped by the mesh. And I think it's just something somehow with the shader doing this. Maybe this should be pre-pass alpha? Oh, no. I know what that does. That's not what I need. It's more that it should be self-shadowing. How is it not self-shadowing? I think that might be part of it. Blend to shape mode? What does this mean? Yeah, it doesn't self-shadow, I think. Because now that I think about it, the trunk should be receiving shadow from the leaves, and it's not. Even though I can't see the face, like it's technically being cold, the light should still be casting onto it. They're not sharing light map. Is this part of it somehow? Why is cold disabled there? Um, could that be it? That would be really... That'd be kind of crazy if that was the case. Maybe you're right, Danilin. The normals are backwards. That would also explain why I feel like they just have the incorrect... They just don't look right. Okay, Blender has like processed Vulkan shaders, and it's been at 0% for like 30 seconds now. All right, just skip that. I don't need shaders to run Blender. So I believe it's this one. The thing is, it looks correct. What? Right. Okay. I mean, it's right. What was the other one? There's a way to actually make the normal show up. The vertex normals. Does it be edit mode? There they are. I mean, they're correct. Very strange. Very strange. Maybe it is something on the light? Is that it? This needs to have doubles. It is double-sided. If true, reverses the back face culling of the mesh? The mesh. What's the mesh? Reverse cull face. Hmm. Why? Why does that have to be turned on for this one and not for anything else? What is this double shadow I'm getting? Oh, no, it just looks like that because I'm on a vertex. That's why. Okay. Right, so that was already happening on the trees. Maybe it was, or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. That is so strange. Why is it moving like that? I can't see anything. I gotta close my window. The glare behind me is just so strong I cannot see a thing. So why does this need to be marked as a dynamic object or something? Why does it move like this? I mean, that's just actually not how it's moving, right? How is this receiving late, like, shadow information? Is the flashlight actually centered exactly on my camera? Oh, it is. I've really had it there this whole time. Let's move it slightly this way. Slightly down. So now when I turn, and I know my camera's really messed up because I'm gonna change it. Yeah, so now the shadow moves. Okay. I don't understand why that has to be on for the player's flashlight, but not for the directional light. That's very odd. Also, is this marked as a dynamic object? I guess it knows that it is because it's a spotlight and oh yeah, there it is. Dynamic. So what's up with this? I mean, also that it's not working here. This is so odd. This is such a weird thing that's happening. It's not making sense to me. Because that's not updating. Why is that shadow not moving? Why is that shadow not moving? What? 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 Is it secretly on a different layer? Is it secretly on layer 20? Why is the shadow not moving? Why is the shadow not moving? Okay, I'll put my window back up. It's not a shadow map. Well, I guess it is a shadow map, but it's... I don't understand that. No, I don't understand that. Because how is this shadow not moving? But when I turn my camera, it updates instantly on the frame. Why is this not updating the shadow? It updates the shadow from the direction. It's just the spotlights being really odd. Why is the spotlight behaving like this? Why does it behave this way? Didn't he give it like high priority or something? So positional shadows... There's no way this is it, right? There's no way that's it, right? That just wouldn't make any sense. For that to be connected to... What? Godot Spotlight, Laggy Shadow. I like. Not. Fucking lose it. What? Shadow. What do you mean enable shadow on the thing? It doesn't, there's no enabling or disabling shadow. spotlight shadow. Reverse. Full face. Slow update. I don't think it's that. It's not this. Right, it's not that. That fixes it, but it's not that. It's just not receiving shadow somehow. Oh my god. What the hell? What if I did disable receive shadow on the shader? Just try it. Maybe it's a render priority thing. I mean, of course, right? But this has just a ridiculous way that it should. Does this need to have like a transparent shadow mesh material? Is that what needs to happen? No. It still blocks itself. I delete the shadow mesh. Blend shape? What does that mean? What if I gave it a negative value? It's just the dumbest thing ever. That's really stupid. What if I commented out the light function? What if I comment out the light function? Does that fix it? Why would it? Because again, it works with the directional light. It does not work with the spotlight. Maybe it's like this. Okay, I moved the whole thing. Reload scene. See, it draws one time and then that's it. It stops drawing. Oh, there's a checkbox here for shadow. All right, what is this? Turn these on. It's not reverse coal face though, is the thing. It's not that one. Because, well, it gets the shadow to appear. It's not really correct, I think, because I'm sure it's probably not going to be correct. I don't know. I don't understand how these are casting, this and the directional light are casting shadow differently. That doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. And why is this not casting shadow here? Why is it not casting shadow here? If I add the light to the scene. That one also doesn't do it. It's just very weird how it casts shadow. Because see, this should be getting shadow now. And that one doesn't do it. Why is it just behaving so strangely? In here, it doesn't work. It doesn't work in here. Is it the area 3D? The area 3D does something in here that makes it not look correct? Nope. Why is this not getting shadow from that? Like, what the hell is going on? It's not getting shadow from this now. Even though this is obviously casting a shadow onto it. What's happening? There's just no shadow happening here at all. How? The shadow is like very, very basic here. That plane down there is not receiving shadow. Doesn't need a material. This thing doesn't have shadows. What's wrong with this? What is wrong with this? What about this? No shadow. What is happening? Lighting? Is that crashing it? Directional shadow map is too hard? Has Godot realized, oh my god, you're asking me for information that I've been lying about the whole time. Like, what's going on? It's crashed. It's just, that's just crashed. I'm losing it right now. How is there no shadow? How is there no shadow? This mesh is just straight up not casting a shadow. What's wrong with this mesh? Maybe it is the fact that it's an area 3D. I only do that so that this collision shape, that doesn't make sense. That really doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. So I'm gonna make a box, and then I'm gonna make another box, and I'm gonna bring the first box in front of this box, and no shadow. So then I'm gonna change this node type to a node 3D. No shadow. Cast shadow on. I can't get a shadow to render right now. What's up with that? Does this like not cast shadow? Shadow on. Is there no shadow? Let's see. Shadows are broken? Shadows are just not functioning right now? Is that all it is? Shadows just aren't working correctly at all? Oh, but these shadows work perfectly. These shadows are perfectly functional and they work. In fact, it seems like it's self-shadowing from the directional light. It is. Is it a case where they can receive shadows once? Is this what's happening? Okay, but why is my test? Why is the other 3D scene just totally ignoring it? Why is the other 3D scene totally ignoring that? Max lights per object, 8. That's more than I have. I have 3 lights. I guess you could say I have 4 lights. But these are enabled lights. I need to turn those on. Yeah, it's just set everything to nearest. Okay, so save and restart just failed to actually restart, I guess. It's an awful start. I was literally just trying to set up a basic scene like, okay, can I get the shadow to appear? And maybe I can test it in here. I can't get a shadow to appear. For some reason, at all. Shadow does not appear. I wonder if that bumped up frame rate at all. Maybe it did. I'm at like 120 now. – Like, see, look at this. It's like perfectly casting when the mesh comes out down the bottom. I turn on reverse culling and it doesn't do that. Like, that's perfect. That's what I want it to do. I just want it to cast shadow onto itself the right way. So I was like, all right, let me go in here. Let me put in some boxes. I can't get them to cast shadows on each other. Oh, it's because the shadow is casting 1 foot in front of me. What? 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 Why is the shadow casting 1 foot in front of me? What is that? I don't even know how I set that. How do I set that? Is that what it is? It's like not doing the shadow because I'm not close enough to it? I'm gonna blow up. I'm gonna blow up. Why is this shadow not there until I'm like right on top of it? What's that about? That's just not something I can control from here. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Change type, area 3D. Let's add in a spotlight. Let's make it really, really bright. Let's actually do it on this side. And make it very, very bright. So it's working here. It seems. Without doing anything. It's working here. Is it a thing where like the LODs are all visible and they're casting shadows? Is that what it is? The LODs are actually there and they're casting a shadow? So what if I were to go here and turn off shadow? Or how do I do that? How do I make this editable? Editable children. All right, make the flashlight really bright for a second. Okay. So that's very bright and I can't see it. Okay. So here it is. Now, just wondering, what happens if I bring a spotlight over here? And see what it does. Okay. So let me go here and change this. One of these trees So we're casting a shadow from an LED that is not visible. That's what's happening. How does that work? How do you cast a shadow from something that's not being drawn? You don't. That's the answer. You don't cast a shadow from something you're not drawing, which is exactly what's happening. This thing, if I turn this off and on, is casting a shadow from a thing that's not here, right? You can see it happening in real time. I'm turning on the shadow, turning off the shadow. I really can't explain that one. I really can't explain that one. I can't even begin to understand how that's possible. I actually can't. I don't know if the bug is with Terrain 3D or the bug is with Godot. You know what? I bet it is with Terrain 3D. I think it is with Terrain 3D. Why do I have an edit and debug views? Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I don't understand why that line has changed. Oh, I do know why. Because that line had like a trailing space or something. Allow tense for debug view. So the spotlight casts a shadow. The directional light doesn't. Is that what it is? The spotlight doesn't consider... Maybe it is a bug with Godot. Spotlight doesn't check for... Is my internet out? Why is this not pushing? Okay. I guess it is. It's not even timing out. Wait, you know what? Now I'm confused because what it should have done is ask me to... It should have asked me to sign the commit and it didn't do that. I don't think I typed it in. I'm confused. This is a serious test of my patience. Let me check Godot multi. No. I can look at. Okay. I can probably look at how it's creating the multi-mesh. Maybe. If I even know how it does that. Is it really all the instancer? Okay. Render server. What I'm really looking for is last shadow LOD. I'm looking for this. Okay, so it might be a bug somewhere in here. Update MMI by region. If it's shadow only, okay, so it's not here. Shadow only. What does it do with this? Apparently I don't know what it does with this. Cast shadows is off. Cast shadows is shadow only. LOD ID is LOD shadow. Is the shadow imposter? Disable shadows if this LOD uses the shadow imposter. Disable shadows if this LOD is too far. That's the mistake, isn't it? It should be turning off if it's not the LOD. If it is not the LOD being rendered, shadows are off. I don't know, maybe it's I think it is related to this. Get LOD cast shadows. Jumps you set cast shadow setting. Okay, what was it called? Hello, gentlemen. I wonder, are you typing that to try and get me to say that? Is that why you type that so much? Where was it? Get LOD cast shadows. It is this. This is the bug. Because don't create shadow MMI if not needed. Set MMI LOD ranges. Fade margin? What? There's fade? I have fade? I have LOD fading? I don't. But I don't. I literally don't. But I don't have that. Get fade margin. Why is it here if it's not, if you can't? It's fade margin. Bind method. Fade disabled until this is fixed. It was just fixed. Okay. It was just fixed. Sure. It was just fixed a week ago. All right. Now, here's the thing. Check Discord. Man, I'm so mad right now. This is pissing me off. This has been actually just nonstop. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Constantly today. It's like every 10 minutes something weird is happening and I have to go figure out what it is. Very cool. It's a lot of railing. It's a lot of railing. And also these guys with their naming conventions are just... I have to keep going back to this to figure out what the hell the name of this method is, because it's not intuitive. For some reason. It's just not. Get LOD cast shadows. Set MMI LOD ranges. So it gets an LOD and it says begin, get LOD range begin. So it does say when it starts and stops, it goes away. So to me what this means is instance geometry set cast shadows setting. I don't know why I'm switching it here. I'm nuked. I am nuked right now. Update Godot. Examples I saw had a lot too. Yeah. I'm just more saying it's a lot because it just is a lot. Very high detail in that area. Godot, hidden LOD is casting shadow or spotlight. Okay. Look who's here. All right. I guess I'm gonna fix this bug then. A pull request. Never mind, it's already been fixed. A month ago. So we've just added these lines to render scene col there. And is this okay. How can I guess I can go here. I can clone this repo. Or actually, I can do a merge on mine. I'll do that. I'm going to go to mine, make a pull request from RPG. What? Omni Light Shadow Fix. I think I can just type it in. Oh, no. I want to go I want to go to mine. And it's going to drop those, which is really stupid because I want to be able to change those. To, yeah, okay. It's fucking stupid. Actually, oh, look, they're back. I don't know how they're back, but they're back. Okay. RPG. I'll just click this one and see. To mine, please. Okay. Zombie game, please. Zombie game from here. So I have the name. Colon. The name of his repo, which is just Godot. And then the branch. All right. Just let me do it. 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 Come on. You're checking one file. What are you talking about? You're checking 34 lines of code. Is GitHub still busted? Is that it? GitHub is just totally broken and this can't happen? Just let me do it, man. Just let me do it. I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna freak out. What do they do? Do they like push updates just at noon? They're just like, it's 12 o'clock, guys. It's time to commit and launch the update at noon. It's time to launch our update at noon. Like, literally wait till 8 p.m. Do it at 8 p.m. and then you have so much time. Sure, you know, regions, whatever, right? Update, you do the US update at 8 p.m. Start with the US, 8 p.m. update. And very few people are going to be upset with you, but someone's going to notice and be like, oh, whatever, right? It's already late. I'm going to go watch TV now because GitHub is down. It's my work time. It's my work time. It's my work time. I just want the code. It's 34 lines. Can I just bypass this? Why is there not a bypass button? Just let me bypass it. 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 All right. All right. How do I? GitHub or Git pull commits from CLI. Merge PR commit from like. Like, seriously, what are we doing? I don't understand what we're doing. Git copy commit from other remote. I have to add it as a remote. And then I can cherry pick. You know what? I wonder if I can just cherry pick without it. What do you think? What do you think the odds of that? I don't care. What do you think of the odds that I can just cherry pick a commit, any commit hash? Probably not, right? Probably not. Yeah. Git remote add I'll call it RPG, whatever. RPG, and then what now? What was that? Let's say get fetch RPG. RPG. I can't. Oh, I can do it. Okay, I was like, oh, I'm not going to be able to do it because it's stupid. Oh my gosh, it's letting me do it. It's letting me do it. It did it. It happened. It did it. It did it. Git push. I can't push. Whatever, I don't need to push. I have it right now. I have it right now. I have it now. Oh, that's all I needed. I just needed to have it now. I don't know what I don't save. I don't know what I said. I don't know what I did. Stupid kid. Stupid kid. Stupid everything. Stupid Godot. First of all, this has probably been a bug for a long time. A really long time. Well, actually, it's been a bug for 2 years. Why is this down here? What is that? Am I in the wrong place? Yeah, apparently I didn't even get here. It was mentioned here. Over a year. It's been a bug. Bug confirmed. Confirmed a month later. Triage for a year. For team assessment. Yeah. The thing is, this means that, like, to me, it seems like LOD level multi-mesh stuff is like, run of the mill. That's what you're doing. If you're putting something in the world, anything in the world, you're using that, right? You're just using it. If you're putting more than like 100 of anything in your world, you're using that. LODs, yep, right? So it bothers me. That bothers me. That bothers me. I don't like that this has been not fixed. It's been fixed, I think, for a year, right? How old is this commit? Okay, so it was actually fixed really recently. Bug for a year, fixed very recently, which was not, it doesn't seem that hard. It seems like this is probably just code copied from another location, most likely. What is going on? It's like scrolling me up every time I click. Yeah, it seems like this must be code that's just copied from somewhere else. Spotlight added. Omnilight added. Light directional. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe... Who knows? I don't. I literally don't. I literally don't know. Okay. Anyway. How many distractions deep am I? Many. I am many deep. Several distractions deep. Still so silly. Why is that the default? Why is the default shadow distance 1 meter? That's just so stupid. Okay. All right, 1 second. I don't think I've had one chill experience ever looking at code from Godot or Terrain 3D. Every time I find a bug, and I'm like, I wonder where this is coming from, and I try to do anything, it's just a straight up nightmare. Borderline makes me want to give up every time. Okay. Would you give up on that and start scalping Pokemon cards? To be serious for a second, scalping doesn't even work. It pretty much benefits like the first couple people who do it, who invest the most amount of money. But most people who are scalping are doing a little bit of it, and they're doing it really late. So what ends up happening is everyone just ends up losing money, and no one who wanted the thing can get it because the scalpers can't make a profit anymore because no one wants to buy from them. And the people who initially invested bought so much of it that they probably didn't even return a profit anyway. So it's like scalpers are just stupid. It's a great hilarious thing that it just doesn't benefit the scalpers, except for maybe a couple. And everyone's like, "Oh, I can do this. It's like it's really easy, you know. I just buy 10 of them, and then I sell them for a higher price." And then you buy 10, and then you never sell it, and you're like, "Well, that didn't work because no one will buy it." And then you probably just return it on Amazon or something later. But then they just take so long to replace their stock that is just permanently boned. You can open a game store and get to play games before release. Yeah. Though it's possible you will very quickly stop receiving games to sell if they find out. I would think even if you're doing it privately. feel like -8 is too far. -7 might, or -6. Dog might bark. -6.5. Seems pretty good. Fix the bug on Discord, but don't report anything back to Godot. It's their fault. What? I mean, I got it fixed. It's already been fixed. It's just not in the main branch. Dog may bark 3 dogs awakening. I didn't even think of that. Devil may cry, dog may bark. It's actually pretty good. 7. All right, here's what. Okay. Let me fix the moon so that we get it in 0, 0, 0. That's full moon, yes? Full moon. And now I time up to this time of night. Ultimate darkness. And now I check the moonlight. Energy is 0.346. Okay, so it's a bit, it might be bugged a little. Yeah, you know, it seems like it's actually completely bugged. This should be, these can be closed. I have fixed those. Why is tone map open? Was I? Oh, yeah, no, I was messing with that. Whoa. The light energy equals this. Multiply it. And not moonlight energy is done. Moonlight energy is done. Right. If moonlight energy is done, if moon is not visible, otherwise if sunlight energy is low, moonlight energy I guess what I should say, yeah, this is a bit of a weird thing that I've got, isn't it? I should probably be changing time changed. So tick skylights. Editor preview. Tick skylights should be going. Moonlight energy. Okay, let me find where this is being changed. Set target delta. Set target delta to 1 with a delta of 1. If shadow is not enabled, enable shadows. Set target delta. Alright, I think it's just that I'm not using this correctly. This should be, because the moon phase changes as the night passes. This should be updated. Whenever it's done, it should be recalculated. Every time it finishes, it should be recalculated. Because it's actually really cheap. Let me think about this. So yeah, this is just some kind of nuts stuff that I have written here. If the moon is not visible, turn off shadows. Otherwise, the moon is visible. If the sunlight energy times light lux sun low light level, 1000. Okay, that's just a hard-coded constant, I guess. So if it's low enough to turn this on, I turn it on. Otherwise, I say... Also, this should be computed. This could be computed. It could turn it on if it's less than the ambient. If the ambient light level is low enough. Or I could just compute it there. I don't know. I'm always computing it every time. I could do the same thing for the moon. I could be computing it, and then when I turn it on, I do a delta to it. So we ramp up to the value. And then if the value changes, I'll wait for this to be done. And then if this is done, I'm just... I guess that's what I do, isn't it? Yeah. So take skylights, and then phase angle, phase angle. Oh, you know what? I actually just kind of moved this up here. If the moon is visible, set the light angle. And then if this can be updated, then I do that. That's actually what I should be doing. So now it's going to update to the proper energy. Yeah, 0.996. What? How's the phase angle not? Orbit offset 0. What? So this isn't being recalculated? Moon true, sun true. How are they not opposite? This is exact. Oh, I guess that's actually correct. Yeah, I guess that's actually right. Now that does make sense because the moon and the sun are not exactly always opposite. The moon can be inclined a little bit relative to the sun. So even though they're on the opposite side of the sky, the moon could be up here and then we're like 0.996, right? But why do I square it? I don't think I should be squaring it. I think I should not be doing that. I think I just take the actual value and use that. Light energy is the phase angle. Wait, no, this is actually incorrect too, because if they're at 90 degrees to each other... Wait, I've totally got this incorrect. I've totally got this wrong. That's just wrong. Moon luminance from phase angle. Lunacy? What? Lunacy. They call it lunacy. That's what they're calling it. The magnitude of the moon without the opposition surge, which I actually do want the opposition surge. All right, let me just do this. So let me do, I think it's just cosine x. Fix that. So this is the dot product I'm getting. So when they're at 90 degrees to each other, I'm returning 0, which is incorrect. Phase angle is... This is 90 degrees, right? It should still be... It's like... Not quite half, but kind of half. So cosine x is the input value. So if I have a function... the cosine of x. So now I see f of x is equal to 1. I guess x. And then I'm going to hide this. So I can see both. All right, so when we are at... zero, return 1, that's fine. But this should probably be like, you know, they have this shape, right? Mean and current distance to the moon. Here's a cool thing, I actually know that as well. I do, in fact, modulate the size of the moon in the sky, depending on its distance. Pretty cool. Let me double check that that's true. At least I think I compute that. Okay, I guess I don't. Yeah, I don't. Never mind. Never mind. I have a moon distance, and that does determine the angular... Okay, well, angular diameter. Use moon render angle. Computed angular diameter from the render model camera. Whatever. They do a max this times the Sure, whatever. Phase angle and radiance. Oh, maybe I just plug this in. Negative 12.73. This is a pretty cheap calculation. If it's good. Plus 1.49. Or minus. No, it is plus. Plus 0.043 to the power of 4. Okay. To flux? Negative 2.5. What the hell is that? What is this notation? Times to the power of 10 log times log 10 log. No. What is this? It's undefined. What is this? What is this graph? What is this weird graph? It's just not right. Lunacy. Sine plus cosine with this multiplication. This, you say? Okay. Seems about correct then. Yeah, alright. All of this over pi. So I get this shape. And then I apparently have opposition surge. Is this missing stuff? You would take the larger between these two values. So max... Why did clicking just do that? Mean and current distance to the moon. Whatever. 1.35 minus 2865 times the phase angle. No, that can't be right, because it's going to... This shape is going to be really weird, isn't it? It's going to be like inverted. Yeah, minus 1.35. $865. If I divide this by pi, I mean, I guess that can work. So I'm left with this shape. So 0.5 times 1.35 is what? That's not even that much more. But at 2, it becomes 2.7. Sure, okay, I can go with this. I'll just accept that as the value. Honestly. Okay, so this is a bunch of stuff that I'm not... I keep somehow misplacing myself. Just in the wrong place. Take skylights. Here we go. So light energy is going to be the sine of the phase angle plus um, yeah, why does it go up to this value? Why does it go up to pi? I guess it just does somehow. That's just how it works. Oh, this is also not the phase angle. This is the cosine. So I guess what I should do is a cosine that. Well, I mean, I guess I can... Let me call it cosine theta, because that's what it actually is. Okay. So then I can say... times this, and then this whole thing is just going to be divided by pi. And then I do a max. Angle like this. So then I get the proper thing. And yeah, this is just going from 0 to 1. So I'm doing the real calculation here, and this is just to fade in and out. Okay. All right, what have we got now? Energy is at 0. Interesting. Interesting. Energy is at 0. Interesting. What? Also, this might actually be a little bit incorrect as well. Maybe a little bit. Because going by this chart, I mean, where does he get this from? Oh, at 90, at halfway, it's almost like a tenth of what it normally is, actually. Really? Let me try this one again and see if I can just convert this into from it says the magnitude, right? Which is kind of like an inversion thing. Or it's plus. I'm smart enough to get that to be usable. Times the absolute value. One sec. Add, is that all correct? Yeah. And then in radians. So I can say I'm confused why it goes positive then. Well, I guess the angle actually can't be higher than pi. Never mind. That's when it basically becomes 0. Maybe this link gives me a what? What? Okay. The magnitude. I'm a bit confused by the shape of the curve. Oh yeah, okay. So it is larger negative values is brighter. Positive values are darker. Okay. Magnitude. What I'd like to have is magnitude relative to some percentage, like inverted. It's weird. I don't know. It's weird. I don't think this is exactly correct, right? This would be a better thing, but somehow I need to map this to this. Right. I mean, I guess I can just start doing it. So let's do m of x. M of x, let's invert it first. So that's coming down. And then... So I use that function, and the function looks correct. How do they... Flux. Negative 2.5. Where's the graph? Undefined. What? Oh, I'm doing it wrong? N is proportional to... Am I just multiplying it by... log f? What is f? So what do I do? I divide by negative 2.5. I think is what I do. Over negative 2.5 times the log of the flux. So now this whole thing is log inverse. Inverse log? What is it? Do I not understand something about that? The inverse of log is the power function, right? I can't remember this exactly. So log base of m is the same as doing the base to the power of that value. Why are they making me do math like this? So this is the flux. So log 10f. Okay, so here's what I have. I have annoying. I have this right now. So log log 10 of b. What's with b to the x, by the way? Ax equal to this is the same as doing 10 I'm like really stupid. So the log of this Is that just the same as doing this to the power of 10? No. Can I ask, can I ask Wolfram Alpha? Because apparently I'm just totally spacing on this. I really am. Okay, can we... I don't know why it's totally... 10 to the power of... Where do you get 5 from? What? Where'd you get 5 from? Log 10. Is negative 2 over 5 the same thing as 2.5? Yeah, I think I confused by writing it too many times. Two over 5? What is going on? This is so strange. This is just so weird. Really? Okay. Magnitude to magnitude. Is that what this stuff is in? Maybe it is. I don't think so. I don't think you can do that. Oh. Ten to the power of... Okay, this is apparent magnitude. Oh, I guess so, actually. What do they say? 10 to the power of negative 14.18 minus that value. Alright. Oh, no. M of x. Okay, multiply this by... I guess I can say 1 over m of 0. Oh, no. Then I do... this? Okay. I got there. I have eventually gotten there. Now, gonna be honest, what I'm gonna do probably is just try and figure out how to make an exponential function map to this. So, it's probably like 1 over x. Can about do this. And I'm going to do x minus plus 0.5. X plus 1. And then I'm going to I guess what I could do is try to find where it seems like it kind of sits right above it, which might be about here. um, so I want to do less. Nope, I want to go the other direction. Yeah. So close here. I don't know, this equation is just really expensive to be running every frame. It seems like this is just a bit nuts. But it does give it a really nice curve. I think I can fix this with a multiplication and then a additional subtraction. Or I think what I want to do is I want to squash this, right? Maybe I could just do this math. Maybe it's fine to just do the math. Would it be better? Yeah, negative sign. Let's amplify it to pi. What? Oh, it's just x over 2. Right, okay. And then perhaps I square this. No. I square this. that gives me something really, really close. So I could also do this by A. Get a better curve. Yeah, I can just do this and then do a max with this one. This is way easier and way closer. Well, not really closer, but way easier to use than the other one, than this crazy stuff. So, I think. To stretch the graph along the x-axis, I do have to multiply by x, so I was going to say. So I still need to get the angle. All right. So I do, this will be my new f of x. Delete that. I wonder if I could... Nah, I'm just going to leave it there. Negative sine x over 2 plus 1 squared. Cool. All right, there we go. There it is. And then this works now. Energy is still 0. Why is energy still 0? Maybe it's just not updated? I don't know. It's definitely calculating it. No, it definitely really is calculating it because it's printing a bunch. What's the angle? It's a high angle. Oh, I think I'm meant to be doing... Oh, maybe I should be doing a sine. Nope. So a cosine, and then I guess I just say pi minus this value. There we go. Yeah, I'm a bit confused by that. Why that is like this. Okay. Maybe I just do this the other way around. I dot with the negative. Cool. Okay. Okay, so moon is brightest right now and I can't see it. Cannot see it. So, I guess if I drop this lower, maybe I'll start seeing the shadows. Maybe that light is messing with it. I think I had it going to like -12 to see the shadows. Yeah. Gotta go really low to see this. I don't like doing it, but I guess my plan is I'm gonna start raising this up until I get to 8, and then I'm gonna also raise the moon's intensity as I go. Until it's at a point at the place that I like it. And in fact, I'm gonna close my window so I can see this really well. Maximum darkness. Oh wow, I'm maximally dark now. Okay. So I can still go further. Now I can't see anything. I can see that. Alright, I can see this pretty clearly, actually, I think. Right. So now I'm at 7. So is it 5? .5, 4 maybe. It can get higher too. Can I plug in 0.3? Can't. The thing is, the ground isn't reflecting light at all, which kind of... It would be. I've been outside, the ground is like pretty clear. But with this, the only thing I can see is the shadows on the very bright white trees. Why do I have that so high, actually? Should this be lower? This is 7100 for some reason. That doesn't make much sense to me. Maybe I should have it be high if I'm going to crank up the brightness of the moon to match what we actually perceive. Because in reality, I think the moon's temperature is like in the 5,000s. It's really, really low. It's probably 4,000. If you do a long exposure image in moonlight on a clear day, things would turn yellow very, very quickly. The reason you don't see that is because the light color is actually just so dim that you stop being so sensitive to that kind of light. So you only see like the blue leftover of it. But I guess if I'm going to go perceptual, then I have to do this, right? So 4 seems pretty good on this full moon. Maybe I should go higher than that. Okay. And then I have the camera at -7. I guess I can go to -8 because that is the default. It'll make it more different. Maybe I can even go negative. Actually, maybe what I should be looking at is like the sky. And then yeah, I kind of forgot how I was supposed to be going about doing this. So first of all, let's just make it so the moon's intensity is 0. Just gonna make that 0. And then I bring back time to this, and I'm going to look in this direction, I guess, and try to judge what seems correct. The thing that I really am looking for is just to stop the banding from happening. It's kind of my main goal. I don't want banding to happen. So banding isn't happening. I used to have it at -12. So I guess I'll see what that does. Alright, so I see banding. So then I bring this up. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep messing with this and bringing it up and then making it later until I don't see the banding. Can I make this really small? There we go. Alright, I think I don't see banding now, so now I'm going to make it later. Maybe that just is it. Maybe that did just solve it. Just turning it down until the banding goes away. Maybe that's it. I'll say 9.5. Okay. And I guess the other thing is this seems to be really bright for this time of night. Maybe it's not, though, because that is, I mean... Maybe it's not so bad. Because it's 6:30. Seven, it's still pretty dark. Part of what I've been thinking of is I feel like I just want it to get dark really fast. When it gets dark really fast. Can I bring this back down to... Yeah. That is super blue. Maybe that's what I should avoid. That look. Because I don't have eye adaptation turned on right now. And that's very blue. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine. Okay. Later. Look over here. Can I see the moon's shadow? I think it might still be fading in. Oh no, I have it set to that. Okay, 2. Okay. Yeah, I should probably be thinking about when the moon is actually quite overhead. Because things are really clear here. Okay. Things are getting to numbers that I want them to be at. The house disappears over there. And then eye adaptation can brighten this a little bit, maybe. Oh. 1 was too much, right? I can't see the ground. I can kind of see the ground. Alright, let me see what I need to drop this to be able to see the moon now. I did technically have this at like 9.8 or something. I still can't see anything. Dude, the eyes are crazy because like without like anything at all, without standing outside first, it's like 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. I guess actually more like past midnight then. I step outside in a full moon and I would just say, wow, this is so bright. It feels like daylight. Like I can see so clearly without any low light adjustment happening at all. Just walking outside. And it's just visible. Okay. So let's go back to 9.7. And Is it scale? Why has scale been that low? Wait a second. This is what it looks like. This is what the night looks like. Does this mess with the sky though? I mean, I would think it does. I expect to see banding happening when I bring the sky back in. Show me banding. Show me really bad banding. Yep. There it is. So really bad banding. Then maybe now I start stepping this up. So now we're at -0.8 and I can't really see banding. I mean, you probably could see banding happening. Maybe not, actually, maybe not. Okay. Go back to late. And then I can't see anything. Where am I? Where actually am I? Everything is so red. Where's the player? Jeez. Okay. Why do I have scale that low? I don't understand. Why is scale so low? Make it day. Whoa. Are we gonna stop making this look so bright? Oh my gosh. Am I maxed out here? Why is that so low? Oh. What? What is going on? Is that my actual problem? This 0.4 is the default. Okay. I don't think speed changes anything. So I can just leave that. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? I'm really confused. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, honestly. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm trying to, like, get... What were these values at before? I just realized my scale has been, like, that low for that long. So I don't really... Maybe this is it. Maybe bring the scale up to 1. Increase the stops. And now if I bring it down, if I bring it late, what happens? What do I see? Because this looks like some kind of contrast thing. Okay. Cannot see anything. This dog. All right. Okay, I'll be right back. Also, Terrain and Trees is my title, which is great. It's very accurate. Okay, I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food actually, so I'm gonna eat. Blurry camera. And maybe I will think of what I should be doing here. I probably should have scale at 1. Or maybe 0.4 is fine. I don't know. Probably do scale of 1. And then mess with some other different settings. If I think it's too bright. Like lowering the ISO. Or, yeah. I don't know. What I'd honestly like to have happen is the luminosity kind of be crushed. Or the brightness of things be crushed. Because I guess currently what it's doing is it's taking the light scale and then flipping that down to its slice of 0 to 255 pixel value. What I'd like to happen is to do that a little bit more. So it packs in a slightly wider range into a smaller space. So that would, I guess, do something to the contrast. So it would look a little washed out. But I'm fine with that if I can get more detail. But I guess no matter what, that means I get banding, right? If I have the moonlight at 0.5 lux, I'm going to have banding. I can't see that without banding. Yeah. I guess that's it. I can't see 0.5 without banding in the sky. So I can't do that then. And one thought I've been having is having auto exposure do something different with the sky. Maybe it could be stencil. The sky can ride a stencil. Or I can just make it so the sky gets darker faster. Somehow. I read in pixel values and apply some gamma curve to it. So that it's linear, 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 and then once it starts getting dark, it does like this curve down or something. I don't know if that would even solve it. Because what I would do is I would cover that goes like that. It just has like a tangent line. That once it gets really close, then that tangent takes over and it just drops into 0 brightness output very, very quickly. But that still means at some point I'm outputting a very near 0 value that's going to band. So I would actually have to have a hard cutoff. As soon as I pass some lower boundary, that becomes 0. So instead of having banding, I would have a line of black up here. And that would be worse than banding. So I think the result here is I can't have a realistic moon brightness without banding the sky. That will happen. So I have to crank up the brightness of the moon, which really makes me sad. I really don't want to do that. What you doing? Okay. I have to... I'll be right back. I'm back. All right. I have one thing I want to check. Godot Digital, and I'm sure I opened this up previously on stream too, for doing this exact thing. It's probably true, actually. This. I'm gonna watch through this video. Crapple new product announcement. We're gonna go a little bit faster though.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nico Wasling.
And I'm Peter Jobs.
And we have an exciting announcement for you today. Now, we've been making cameras for years, but nobody's been buying them. I couldn't figure out why. And then it hit me. We have the perfect camera right here in our heads. So if we can make a camera that exceeds the specifications of the human eye, we'll be billionaires. So I am pleased to announce today the eye camera. A camera with specifications that beat the human eyeball.
I just want to check. I just want to check what values come out that I might be able to use as baselines.
Nobody cries more than I do, so don't come with me.
Okay.
I think part of it is that there is like some kind of
Let's get those engineers working on it right now. Is that an Android?
some kind of contrast thing is happening where in reality I can see a lot. You can see a lot wider range of contrast and colors than, I mean, obviously, than a computer can output. But could replicate that by widening the range.
Do you know what the resolution of the human eye is?
That's a complicated question, and with a complicated answer. But I have some cool experiments we can try. I think we should compare the resolution of our eyes to the best camera we have in the studio, which is the Red. We can come back and figure out what these numbers are going to be. So here we have a Red Gemini, which has a 5K sensor. So the real question I want to answer with this experiment is just how our eye stacks up to the cinema camera. Now, there's two ways we can look at this. One is you have your field of vision, right? Right about here is where my hands disappear on the edges of my vision. Basically 180 degrees. Can't really see individual fingers wiggling until I'm about here. 120, 140, something like that. So if we could look at that entire field of vision, but in reality our eyes actually have a certain central area of high resolution called the fovea. Imagine the full moon up in the sky. It's a little bit bigger than that. That's how big your high detailed center of your vision is. So first things first, we're going to figure out what the equivalent of our field of view is on this camera. So 11 millimeters, that's actually pretty close. So I have our camera set to just give us the entire sensor here for our image. We're not cropped in at all. So we're hitting about 95 to 100 degrees of field of view right now. But in real life, what I can see with my eyes if I look straight ahead is definitely a little bit wider, pretty close to 180. I'm going to call it like 170, 165. Some people's eyes bulge out.
Steve Buscemi? He's probably like a 5 millimeter dude.
Buscemi's got like 190 degree field of view. This is about as close as we can get to an accurate wide angle estimation of our field of view. So we'll start with this for our resolution test. Here's what I'm going to propose. We draw two lines on a piece of paper, and we go back and back and back until we can no longer visually tell that the two separate lines are just like one line. We're going to do the same thing on the camera with the same field of view and see at what point the camera can no longer distinguish between the two lines as well. Will you walk? And then I'm going to tell you at what point I can no longer see two individual lines. How many lines are there? Two. I can still tell it's two lines. Right about there. Stop. That looks like one solid line to me.
51 for sure. One thick one, I think. That's a fat one line.
That's the point there at which our eyeballs are seeing these two lines right next to each other as one line. So now, let's see what the camera can see. We are projecting a 15 degree field of view onto a 5K sensor. So our eyes can see basically 200 pixels per degree of field of vision. And our central fovea is roughly 15 degrees. So that is a 3K sensor. Let's see at what point this stops resolving the two lines. All right, we're passing the human threshold here.
Yep, I can still see him. Easy.
You still tell?
Yep, easy. Easy, man. All right, wait.
But they said 15 degrees and then the full moon. The full moon is a lot smaller than 15 degrees.
Overall vision, our clarity beats the red camera. If you were to attribute the resolution that you see in your fovea to your entire field of view, your entire field of view would be 500.
Well, maybe that's just, you know,
which is nuts. That's
from
not quite realistic, and it's not an accurate
your
for eyes resolution.
field of view
So
compared to the moon, size in the sky.
Factor in your central fovea detail and all the rest of the detail around
He's
your eye.
even
You're
listing
looking at
Archminus, so maybe that's
basically a
correct.
image in your mind. It's about 130 megapixels.
Pretty dang good, right?
That's really dang good. The next thing we had to figure out was frame rate. Peter, do you have any idea what the frame rate is that we can see?
I don't know, maybe 60, probably past 60, right? Because you can tell the difference from a 60 frames per second video to a 120 frames per second video.
Can you?
I guess we gotta find out.
Anyways, we're going to be doing an experiment here. We have a TV here that's running Smash Brothers at 60 frames per second, and there's a mode you can turn on to up-res that temporal resolution to 120 frames per second. We're going to show people option A and option B, and we're not going to tell them which is which. We're going to ask them which one is the higher frame rate. That's 120. He's right. I smelled the frames.
So it turns out only 3 out of 5 people can actually tell the difference between 60 hertz and 120 hertz. What do you take from that, Nico?
You have to have a relatively trained eye to be able to pick up on that kind of high frame rates. But under half the test subjects couldn't tell the difference. So what it does tell me is that there's a diminishing returns that you start to approach as you get to 120 hertz and higher. So the question is, what kind of frame rates can the eye actually see? Well, your eye basically has an independent frame rate for each pixel in the eye. So there is an actual theoretical limit to your frame rate. Your neurons basically can fire at 13 milliseconds. That's the max amount of time you can have one neuron in your eye, like a cone, detect some light, and then shoot some light to your brain.
How many frames does 13 milliseconds equate to?
75 frames per second. They're all slightly offset from each other. It's one chaotic mush, a blur of 75 frames per second that are happening all over the place. And here's the crazy thing. So they actually did an experiment with pilots where they flashed an image up on the screen. They were seeing how short the image could be and still have the pilots identify what kind of airplane was in the picture. And the fastest they were able to flash the image was 1/220th of a second. We at least have the vision of 220 frames per second. Once again, that's an oversimplification, but I think if we're going to make the eye camera stack up to the human eye, we need to exceed 500 frames per second.
Come here, sir.
Peter?
Just come on in, come on in. Shut the door, turn off the light.
What are you doing, man?
Being completely honest, I feel like my unveiling of the product this morning was a bit stale. What better way to practice unveiling revolutionary technology?
I guess you have to
than with
watch
today's
this, right?
sponsor, Raycon.
I really got work.
No. Just drop the light. Are you ready?
I've seen this ad probably 4 times, I'll be honest, because I watch this video a lot. This is 5 years old.
Hello.
Yeah, I
And
watched this
welcome.
video. I
My
have
name is
watched this video
Raycon,
many
and this
times.
is Raycon Con 2020. We've been hearing a lot about the eyes this crew episode, but you know what we haven't been hearing about? The ears. I would like to unveil the everyday.
Nothing so far,
E25
just
Raycon
resolution
earbuds.
stuff. They're gonna get into
Raycon earbuds with stylish
luminosity,
blend
brightness,
screens, no
contrast,
tangling
whatever,
wires
stuff
or
like that.
sticks. These puppies sound just as amazing as any other audio brands you.
Dude, didn't swear.
Okay, sorry. So unprofessional. I'm sorry. These puppies sound just as amazing as other top audio brands you know. Plus, they come in a variety of interesting and unique colors to make your ears shine like a diamond.
I wonder if the
Pretty good.
frame rate
These
actually
earbuds
means something.
Give you 6 hours of playtime.
'Cause if I
Seamless
were
Bluetooth
to-
integration, more bass and a more compact design for comfortable fit. And
The shutter
music.
speed, if I were, I get like with the, what I
They also come with a
match the
compact
shutter speed,
carrying
does that
case
help?
That charges them on the go. And if you're thinking about snagging
that?
some
I
of
don't
these beautiful earbuds, now is the time, because if you go to buyraycon.com/corridorcrew or click the link in the description, you can get 20% off with code corridorcrew.
maybe it does.
If you want some of these, go to buyraycon.com/corridorcrew for 20% off your order. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. And, good listening.
Okay. Later.
All right, so now we have the third thing we need to figure out, which is what is the light sensitivity of the human eye? What's the ISO?
Wait, where's Peter?
Where is Peter?
Hey, man. Sorry, I had to return some videotapes. What were we talking about?
Anyways, cameras have a certain amount of light that they're optimally tuned for. Does our eye have a certain amount of light that we're optimally tuned for? In addition to that, cameras have different modes. They might have a regular light mode, they might have a low light mode, they might have a night vision mode. So I have an idea for an experiment we should do. I've learned that our default aperture of our eye, when it's pretty much all the way open, is a 3.2 f-stop.
How'd you even figure that out?
Just divide your aperture diameter by your focal length to get your f-stop. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a camera and set it to 24 frames per second. We're going to give it a 1/48 shutter, so 180-degree shutter. We're going to set the lens at 3.2, so it matches our eye's f-stop. And we're going to see at what ISO does the image from the camera and the amount of data it's getting match what we can see with our eyeballs. We're going to do this in regular light and low light, and we're going to do this in night vision. About ISO 800, ISO 640 or so. ISO 640 about matches. We're going to do our low light experiment. We're going to come in here, turn off the lights, let the light from the skylight come in, and Daniel's going to join us with this A7, which has a much, much higher ISO range than the red, for us to kind of see what matches our eyesight. Then we're going to do a night vision test. We're going to go into a almost pitch black room. We're going to give our eyes at least 5 minutes to adjust. In real life, 30 minutes is what you need to get full night vision, but we're just going to do about 5 minutes until we can kind of see, then we're going to see where that's at. And so we learned some pretty interesting things. Before you enter low light mode with your eyes, you get up to about 1,000 ISO in terms of sensitivity. Another crazy thing is before it gets too bright and your eyes can't underexpose anymore, your aperture can't close any farther, and you're not blown out to white, you can go all the way down to 1 ISO. Your eyes have a daylight range from 1 ISO to 1,000 ISO, which is pretty incredible.
I don't know any camera that can go down to 1 ISO.
I don't either. Now, when it comes to low light, our native ISO is 16,000. It took a camera at 16,000 ISO to match the brightness that we see with our eyes in like a low light setting. Now, night vision is pretty crazy. We discovered that we needed to go to 800,000 ISO to match our eyes in night vision. So our camera needs to have a 1 to 1,000 daylight ISO range, needs to have 16,000 low light and 800,000 night vision.
800,000, baby.
So we were tasked with figuring out the dynamic range of the human eyeball. What is dynamic range? There's a certain point where something so bright just clips out to white. That's the high end. There's a certain part where stuff is just noisy and dark. The range between those 2 points is referred to as dynamic range. And I have an interesting experiment we can try to discover the dynamic range of our eyeball compared to our red camera. What we'll be doing is we'll be shining a very, very bright
See, this
light
is
on
what
the
I
wall,
would
and we'll be getting it so bright bright
like
it's
to
dripping
have,
in
but
our
I don't
eyes, and we can't
think
make
there's
it
a
any
way that I
brighter,
can,
otherwise
I don't know
we
if there's a
won't
way
be
you
able
can
to
do
see any
this.
detail. Once we've done that, we're gonna hold up a phone screen in front of it. We're gonna lower the brightness of that phone screen until
The thing
it's
is,
just on
doing
the
this-
threshold of perceptible detail. Then we're gonna use the red camera, which has something called geoscopes that shows us
I think
all
still
the
doesn't
stops the camera
help.
is sensing. We're gonna see just how big of a difference in light values between that bright spot on the wall and the phone screen that we're dealing with. Well, we had some interesting results, and the experiment actually worked pretty well. The answer is 21 stops, roughly. In fact, this is backed up with some research I did. So someone else was trying to figure out the dynamic range of the human eye, and the way they did it is they had somebody look up at the full moon, and there's actually a measurement for how bright the moon is when it's full. And then while keeping their eye on the full moon, they had them identify the dimmest star that was generally within that same kind of circle around the full moon. That star is also, of course, charted with its brightness. And by measuring the brightness difference between those 2 points, they came up with a contrast ratio of 1,000,000 to 1. That the eye could see from 1 to 1,000,000 in terms of the contrast ratio, which happens to be 20 stops of dynamic range. Which correlates with our findings. It's theorized that your eye can see more than 20 stops, of course, but in terms of like an accurate scientific measurement, that was a pretty good way to do it. Kind of aligns with our findings, so we definitely need to make sure that the eye camera has at least, I'm gonna say 21 stops of dynamic range.
Yeah, you can do that.
So I went back into Peter Jobs' office and I presented to him the eye camera.
What did he say?
He said, it's okay. We need some bonus features because we gotta market this thing. I was like, well, real eye.
Is that what I had before? 21. Also, what? It's midnight. That's crazy looking. How is that not banding? What? What's going on? There's a bit of banding. How is this not banding? Oh, wow. Hang on. Has it really been this the whole time? The aperture? Wait, so that's at 0.5, 16. See pretty well. Really well, actually. I'm at -9. No banding. What? How is that a thing? Okay, well, I'm assuming when the sun comes up, it's gonna be ridiculous looking. It's a little bit, a little bit crazy looking. Huh. Where did the banding go? I was just saying, I don't know if I said it out loud, but I was thinking it at least, that I cannot see 0.5 lux moonlight without banding the sky. Those two were mutually exclusive, which was leading me to think that in order to get moonlight at night, I must increase the brightness of the moon at night. Or just increase the brightness of the moon. No banding. I am shocked. I'm shocked. I'm truly by what I'm seeing right now. Crazy. Like, where did the banding go? How? Is something happening? How is that possible? Aperture. Should I dynamically adjust this at the same time? Like when it gets low light, I do that? Huh? Exposure, aperture. Let me see where this is used. This is new information to me. This is a new discovery. I know how to spell the word. Exposure, aperture. Exposure, aperture. Physical. Calculate exposure. Maybe I should do that. I can modulate this to the the current exposure value. So when it's low, this also drops low. What did it say? Like, sorry for the flashbang. 2 is appropriate for indoors. I can't believe it. Where's the banding? That's so crazy to me. Let me look at this. So this uses camera attributes, min exposure, min sensitivity, max sensitivity. I don't even do that. Calculate exposure normalization. One over e times 1.2. Update exposure. Set exposure. Get auto exposure scale. Oh, there's just a multiplier. I really don't understand this. Somehow this value is causing clipping to happen. Could it be this is just a correction? What is this? exposure normalization factor. Could I be missing this value? UBO, IBL exposure normalization. IBL exposure, emissive exposure normalization, IBL exposure normalization. Hmm. Wow. Okay. So this is something that I have been missing. Not really missing, but more this is something I should be adjusting by light level. Because the banding is gone. Like, first of all, the banding is gone. That's great. That's perfect. Then I wonder if I can just adjust things prior to doing that. If I can just use this value now to get something to look okay. So let me go to midnight. And bring this up until I think it looks good. Okay. We've been looking at 12 for that. Sorry. And then I go to day and see what that looks like. Okay. All right. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to print out exposure scale. I'm just going to start print exposure scale. See what this is right now. Whoa, lots of logs. All right. Point. That's not what I'm looking for. Wrong thing. Wrong value. I'm looking for... I mean, I guess it's kind of the fact that I... It's more that I need to synchronize with the... Or just grab this texture, really, is what I want to do. So, can I make it so I can grab this texture and occasionally display it? Exposure texture. Can I do that? Maybe auto exposure global has this. Okay, no, that's just there so I can have a texture. Okay. All right, what I like to do is I'd like to continuously request this value. I like to continuously request this value. So I think I should be able to do... there's no process method. Okay. I guess what I can do is I can say, rendering server. Okay. I think it has a signal for frames. Or not even that. I think what it is there's a sync or something like that. Or render device? It's probably render device, not render server. Fortunately, this is not a large texture. I have a very small texture. So I suppose what I can do is I can have a function that is with a texture get at the end. I'll just do another function. Let's do Q exposure result. Which I guess I should have something up here. Starts as false. Then I say, if waiting for exposure, return. What was it? Waiting for exposure, true. And then I say, texture, get data async. This will be layer 0. The callable is a packed byte array, I guess. And I can set this to false when I get it, and I will do image image dot create from data. I think the final buffer is a 2x2, right? One. Okay, yeah. All right. Wait, the format is just red, green. Yeah, red, green. What? R32, G32, RG32. Are we serious? Image.format. RGF. Okay. And then I do print exposure, get pixel 0, 0. Okay, so this should just start going. Pretty good. So point 1 is the something. Point 1 should change. Currently what's happening is the green value is the night vision parameter. So it's going down because it's too bright. Very slowly. What is happening? Okay, I'm printing too many things? Oh, I'm printing the moon now. Okay, I don't need that. Let me just have it print out both those values. I guess I could actually just do color. What is get pixel V? Oh, from a vector. Okay, let's do this. Should night vision be increasing? Oh, it is now. Okay. Okay, so this is the lowest that it goes, really? Alright. I guess what I'd like to do is to map it in this range. So I know when I'm at my min exposure value and the max exposure value, somehow convert this back. So let me see what that calculation is. I am calling min sensitivity and max sensitivity. Where's physical? Auto exposure min. I'll just do that. Two to the power of that times okay, I get it. 12.5 overexposure sensitivity. That's just not where I... Oh, here it is. Okay. So if I take the get auto exposure min value and I run it through this, so I would do I divide it by 12.5 overexposure sensitivity. Okay, that's not a thing. Exposure sensitivity. ISO. Oh, okay. So divide it by 12.5 over that, which would be the same thing as doing multiply by 100 over 12.5. And then I would do log 2. Log 2. I mean, I know how to do the conversion, so I can just do this. Okay. -9. There it is. So then I can run it through this calculation. Yeah, I'll just say color. Okay. So now what I could say is I could have a mapping function that will, and that's pretty much negative 0.25. My auto exposure effect, I guess, where I can set up a min and a max aperture size. And as it fluctuates between these, it'll just linearly go through those values. And see how that works. Okay. Auto exposure, light curve. And unfortunately, I can't really change that. Maybe I can. Oh, I should be able to. I should be able to set camera attributes set. Is it depth of field blur? Okay. So not that. Exposure aperture is what I'd look for. Maybe this is the normalization. Maybe that is what I'm looking for. The normalization factor can be calculated from the exposure value. Exposure aperture. Am I remembering this correctly or incorrectly? It is used to calculate the normalization. Maybe that is what I want to do, actually. Maybe that is what I want to do. I want to save the normalization and then update the normalization. Maybe that's exactly what I want to do. I want to update the normalization. I can only get exposure normalization factor. I want to set the factor. To set exposure, multiplier, and normalization. Multiplier should be this one, right? Yeah, so I can just pass 1. Oh, wow. Okay. Normalization, I guess, is 1 over something times 1.2. So it'd be EV power. Wait, what do they do? They literally say it. I mean, this is kind of crazy. 2 to the power of the EV100, which is what I'm at. Has that been my mistake? I need to be setting that exposure value. And then that works. So 1 over the EV100. That might actually be what I'm missing. this should be getting computed from exposure, the current exposure value. Just copy that. Oh, what? 2 to the power of 1 over 1.2. What is that roughly? .8. I guess I can just literally write 1 over. That. I was gonna say, is it broken now? No, it's just this as well. Okay. Huh? Whoa. Okay. So that is not right. It can also be calculated from what? Shutter speed over sensitivity. Wait, no, how do they calculate it? Actually, I guess you just go to practical. Practical should have that. Okay, they just do that. Aperture times aperture. Exposure aperture is what? Just the actual value. Okay. Shutter speed. Also just the value. Times 100 over... This is E. Is it just 1 over E times 1.2? Not doing the log thing? Is this part not correct? Negative values. Am I just looking for color.r? Nope. Okay. So what would it currently be? It would currently be 16, 100, and 100. 16, 100 times 1. Okay. Why is it such a high value? Is this getting messed with? No, that's correct. Point 1. Is it just literally color.r? No. What am I missing? One over 2 to the... Oh. 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 Two to the negative 1. Or 2 to the negative 0.25. You see, this is really small value. And then the other one does is it does yeah. It does the sensitivity over, which I think sensitivity is 100. So that one does 100 over that. I'm a bit confused. The normalization factor calculated from exposure value as follows. Oh, wait, the exposure value. Oh. Exposure value. Hey, this is what I don't get. Because when you take all that stuff, then it gets really, really small. Also, 2 to the power of that. That's not what this one does. This doesn't do 2 to the power of that. It just does that value. I feel like I'm really close to having it. Because I can like I can just dynamically compute this from this value. This final step is a bit odd. It's just different here. They don't do ×2, and this is, they don't use logs here. And this becomes a really big value. Or a really, yeah, no, this becomes a really big value. Maybe what I do is I just take R. I was gonna say, what if it was just color.r, but then what if it was actually meant to be 2 to the power of color.r? No. Oh, because this is a really small value. And they don't use logs. Um, what do I do when I do update exposure here? I don't know. This is odd. It's really weird. What do they mean by that? They do a multiply by 100 at the end. They also square a large number. Exposure, maybe I just look this up. We must include normalization. All right, you know what, AI, what do you think? Have you got it? Okay, right. Maybe that's what I have wrong. The EV is not actually right. It should be... Yeah, because these values are quite positive, right? So it's a large number. So I think what I actually want is... How do I go from negative... I don't know, do I actually just invert it? Do I just invert it? Do I just say... that? No. What is EV100? Is it hundreds? Hey, Denlin. I won't be doing that. What is this? Alright. In EV100. So when they calculate, okay, so when they calculate this value, auto exposure min value, I guess when I use the value, what do I do with it? Oh, probably I'm doing luminance. Oh, yeah, apparently I'm doing luminance, which means I'm actually calculating it for myself. Or I'm not? Auto exposure. Sensitivity, right? So, okay, so the value that I get back is my sensitivity. So it's this. From EV100 to luminance. So what do these guys do? Sensitivity to luminance. Okay. Over... I divide by 100 over that and I get this value. So we know it's hairy, huh? What? Dude. What am I missing here? Something's just strange. Camera attributes get auto exposure min sensitivity. Let me look for this. Camera attributes auto exposure min sensitivity. I guess I could also just take the result and do what the wait, they said you can you calculate it from sensitivity? No. Yeah, let me try this. This number. Copy. This value. All right, really, really dark. I was gonna say changing this should change nothing. Yeah. So now, okay, now it's midday and it's Interesting. Okay. So do I need to take off 2 zeros here? Maybe. The value doesn't change anymore? What? What? I'm really confused. I don't know what is happening. Alright, let me just say this. Apparently you can compute this, but it's just not doing anything. This is what you need. Torque 3D. Huh? This is a very silly picture. One second. Nope, dropped it too low. Okay. Forward, nice. Forward light model. Deferred is a bit sad. Hey, Yulia. He has told me to look at this. Danilin said I should use this. Let's go do a code review. My projects. Okay. Engine. Source. Let's look at what's something that would really show. Let's go to the math. Let's look at math utils. All right, so already I like the style. They have the correct C++ style. Whatever. M sine cosine, neat. Wait a second. Is this real? Core string buffer. 3 space indentation. That's pretty rare. That's pretty rare. 3-space indentation is pretty rare. Garage Games. Actually, no. Oh, hang on. Bit vector. Actually, do they have a... Here's what I'm going to look for. What's their array like? What's their array like? Not a sparse array. Hash table and dictionary. Tag dictionary. What's a tag dictionary? Interesting. Is this peak? What peak? The code? Color. Hang on. Transparent? No, color. Linear color and color I. Color int? Oh, here we go. Transparent white, invisible black. At least they have that color. To be honest, at least they have transparent black instead of transparent white. At least they have it. Godot does not have that. What? Oh. Interesting. sRGB to linear, so you take a value, an integer value, as the index, and then you get the outputs linear. What is this? Legacy torque use legacy gamma. Okay. Oh, they just have a different function. Interesting. Toyota's new game engine is on Suicide Watch. These are some insane function names, that's for sure. Okay. Alright, maybe bit vector could be interesting. I'm not seeing anything weird. The weirdest thing so far is a 3-space indentation. That's the weirdest thing so far. Maybe, I don't know, maybe if Zombie Game is really good, maybe I'll look at that one. I hope they have breast physics on their new game engine. All right. Take the EV value and maybe I do this. Is it just over 100? I just do it over 100. Is this going the wrong way? It's getting darker. Or is it? Color? Wait. 100 over color? One over color? Well, now it's just the same thing as doing a division by a large number. So when it gets bright, the value should drop, right? When it gets dark, the value increases. I can't believe you read that. Yeah. I have trees now. I have placeholder trees. It is so blue. You have placeholder trees. What if I did 1.0 over our 2.0 times 100 times 1.2? Okay, so that has a result. Okay, that has a result. I know it's very bright. Okay. What is happening? What is happening? Make sure it's the Python on Blender. I made it in Blender. I did that much. What is going on? Why is the number changing right now? And then it gets really, really bright and it stays there. What? Is it like negative? Okay, wrong way. All right. What if this is times 1.2? I'm really trying to figure something out. Why does it not change? That implies this value is also not changing. Oh, oh, there's feedback happening. Missing Ghost going crazy over shadows. He learned about Doom 3 shadows. Yeah. It has animation. The leaves do, yeah. He didn't learn. I found something really cool that Godot might be very close to having. Might be. Okay, so this is causing feedback. Which means... I'm sad. I don't know how this is feeding back. Because... yeah, because this should be like -9, right? So... I'm going to comment this out and see what the result would be. Why do I have two numbers? Oh, yeah. So the exposure normalization is a very large value. Yeah. This is feeding back and changing the exposure level. Okay. I guess the question is, does this balance out? That's the real question. Does it balance out? Okay. So there is a value that this tends to, right? Okay. So fixing normalization. Normalization is being calculated somehow. So it means that if I can map, I guess 5 to negative, or like, yeah, -7 to 5. I don't know what 9 would be. I mean, really, I would have this a lot higher. This would probably like stop at 10 or something. Or not. Maybe... Alright, let me go to midnight. Pretty much midnight. Interesting. Okay. This is also giving me that blur thing that's happening. I can see the screen getting blurry with the song. Okay, so something interesting has happened then, right? Where... yeah. I could do something where I can map -9 to 4. Or whatever. Maybe even 8. I don't know. And then 0 to 16. Because let's say I put out 16. It wants to go lower, right? It wants to go lower. So let's say I look up. All right. So what is... Let me think about this. So this is 1, and then -9 would be 400. I believe I have log 2. Log 2 of 1 is 0. Which is not good. I was thinking about something there. Okay, so I probably can't do that. If I did log 2 of... I don't think this is defined. Yeah, okay. -2. A positive value. This Torque 3D thing is as small as Godot. Cool. That's a bonus. Wow, hang on. I'm getting there. I'm slowly getting there. With math. Figuring it out. Times, that's practical. I want physical. 2 to the power of that times 12.5 over 100. So that's just the color, right? Am I doing this Am I doing this right in the right order? I definitely am, because I'm getting the right value back. Yeah, I definitely am. There should be a balance point, right? There definitely should be. Where the normalization value that I put out... Or I guess what this really means is it gives me a aperture size. But it's a bit backwards. 2 to the power of 0 is approximately 1, right? Yeah. So I could take... Let me do this. Let me print out... Let me print that value out. Okay. And then I will go to noon. Grab this value. Unterminated string literal. Okay. Print that, please. Print. Here, everyone. Off you go. All right. Have a good sleep. I'm trying, like, I'm really struggling to think of this here. Because what you'd want to happen is you would map to like 20 something at a high value, and then 1 something or like 2 something at a low value. But these are different by 3 orders of magnitude. So that's difficult. I guess I could, I mean, if I do that becomes -12. This becomes -3. It's like I almost want this to be the other way around. You don't understand magnets. But I do. So, also I typed in 0.10 instead of just 0.1. It's funny. Yeah, I would want this to be the other way around. I could invert it, I guess, by doing 1 over that value. So that becomes positive, and then this would be... Okay, well, I'm not the brightest, to be honest. I mean, this is actually pretty good. This is pretty close. Also, just to explain what I just did, the log function, if you take x, 1 over x is literally just the negative of that value. So you don't, I didn't even have to do that. But well, I guess I get a positive value out of it. Although it would be better to just take the log and then negate it. So I can do the log 2 of that. But I would want this value to be like 4 and this value to be 20. So could I just multiply by 1.2? No. How can I make this 20? 1.5? 1.6? 1.833333. And then 105. This is like 6. Okay. 1.833 is what value? It's something. Is this 1 over 1.2? Things are happening. Things are happening. Okay, so I'm really, really close. The only thing now is I need 1 to return, or 0.1 to return 20, and 0.02 to return 6. So how can I invert these? Because if I get this for aperture, f-stop, then I can run through that calculation and just do that. I guess there is a way to invert that. It would be doing something in here with this value. Essentially just flipping it so that this maps to like y. I'm flipping over the. That's not the XY axis. Isn't log 2 the same as doing, if the opposite of that would be 2 to the power of what? I'm looking for it is just raising to the power, right? That's what the log does. It's 2 to the power of that value, which flips it. So why is it not quite doing that? So log 2 is negative 12. Oh, I guess what I want to do is okay. Yeah, I want to reflect it over the so it'd be like doing the negative and then adding some value. So what's halfway between Is that even what I'm thinking of? So it would be... I'm really close to figuring this out. Is there not just a very simple way I can rewrite log 2 of 0.0002 and log 2 of 0.105 such that 105 is giving me what O2 was giving me, and O2 is giving me what 105 was giving me? What if I did... that? Or 1 plus? No. Minus 1? What is my issue? What is my issue? What if... Okay. Maybe there's a calculation where given... Take in my... No. I mean, this is really, really close. This is really, really close, isn't it? Is this not really close to what you want? This is really close to what I want. $22 is nearly 6, so it mapped from 22 to 6. But like the opposite way around. So 105 gives me 22, and this one gives me 6. Think of it like this. If I have a line that goes like this, I guess I'll go to decimals. Maybe this will help me figure it out. So the input of 0 is giving me 3, and the input of 1.5 is giving me 0. So how could I flip this? What I can do is I would just say what would it be? It's the opposite slope, so it's that. Yeah, it's just like inverting it, right? So now my input of 0 is giving me 0, and my input of 1.5 is giving me 3. This is what I want to do. So if I do log 2 of x such that I essentially want to flip it over I would just say see, this is where it's a bit strange. Why is this a different thing? Why is this different? I can't just flip it. Why can't I just flip it? The input of 0.123 is giving me negative. I have to invert the slope. Is it not just this? No, because a value closer to 0 is still giving me a larger negative value. I want this is weird. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Okay. So O2 gives me no, this is still wrong. I'm looking for negative. What am I trying to do? I did do this add piece actually, so maybe that's partly what it is, right? So if I do the add 3, if I leave the add 3 there. No, this is something different. One minus. One minus. So 10 gives me a big value and 2 gives me a smaller value. No. It's still the wrong way around. Maybe it's still log, but then I need to add something. I flip the slope and I reset for 0. That's what this is doing. So I take the value here and I subtract that value. I start with that value. No, I take that and I subtract it. There it is. Okay. I did figure it out. Um, that was tough. Okay, so what this was I actually just added these values together. So I do the minimum value. So I need to have these and add them together, right? Yeah, and this should give me just correct stuff. Okay. So I guess I can pass min and max exposure. Like so. And then I can compute this to invert it. Okay, so I added them together. And then I would take the readout, add that range, and then I guess I would do this minus x, right? So the exposure range minus x, and I do log 2 of that one. Log 2 of that. And then I add 1, or I multiply by 1 plus 1 over 1.2. Guess I'm just going to cut that. This isn't normalization. This is something else, so I don't know what that's supposed to be. It's gonna be aperture. Okay. Negative 22, or whoops. Yeah, invert that. 22. And then when the sun goes down, okay. So I'll be doing that, and then I would say this is the aperture. So then I do the calculation from that. That would be my calculation. So aperture times aperture. Okay, well, not looking at that one because that one's weird. Aperture times aperture times shutter speed times 1. I think shutter speed is just 100. I'll do 500. So, okay. And then let that write it. And I'll just print out normalization. And I guess I can put this. And these two should, like, balance out, right? I guess maybe I want to print out. Okay. I probably want to print out this, which was log of color R. I guess this. Right, and then I want to print that. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. It is taking the value, dividing it by 100 over dividing it by 12.5 over 100, which is the same as multiplying by 100 over 12.5. Yeah, and taking a log 2 of that. Yeah. Okay, so let me take this out then. So stop doing that. Okay. So the EV is coming out correctly, it seems. Now I want to start doing this and see if that value just starts going nuts. Okay, so then it's a bit high. It's a bit high here. High? I don't know. I don't exactly know. Alright, 1 second. Dog is barking. I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. Did it just change? So yeah, it seems... Yeah, it seems like it's not correct, possibly. What if scale is too high? What if that's what it really is? I think it used to be at 1.8 or 0.18. I think this was at, what did I have it? Did I have it at 28? Yeah, this affects that. So... yeah. I don't know, what if I increase the ISO to 1000? And then... yeah, so 6 is too far then, right? Because this looks like it's not going to reach... Alright, let's go to night. Let's go to night. Right. Dark as it can be. I don't know, maybe now if I let it actually go lower, it'll actually be fine. Because it won't be clipping. It'll do this normalization thing. Hmm. Okay, right, but this is too intense. Right, this is letting it get too high. So I couldn't go to that. This is, I don't know, this is odd. These like feeding back into each other. 9. Nine with 5 stops. No, 6 with 10. Lying about playing Smash Bros. What? Let me turn this back on. Let me turn this back on. And I'm just printing Eevee. And then I'm doing 100. Okay. Still negative 10. Yeah, something's just wrong then, isn't it? Alright, let me also print normalization. Print them both. Oh, I want 3F and then normalization. I'll say 0.5F for now. I can't remember what the value would be. Okay. Normalization is suspiciously close to just the color R value. Why? Because it shouldn't be that. Okay, it's not. Hmm. Something like that, 0.5. And then I guess I'm actually gonna make the make that a better color there. Okay. Okay. So huh. I put in my game to the 6502. I don't know what that is. Alright. This kind of sucks. This really kind of sucks. Maybe what I really should be doing is just computing the value, but then only doing the aperture size. I only do normalization. I don't do auto exposure. Because it seems like what happens is this ends up looping. Yeah, it ends up looping back and messing with it, which is a bit dumb. Why is this highlighting like that? Okay. From the last buffer. Yeah, how is it feeding back? Okay, let me try this. Let me turn this off. I can't turn that off there. Yeah, why does that happen? Okay, when it's in the center, it's fine. What? When it's in the top left, it's not fine. What? What's happening? What does normalization do? All right. So I thought that was something I could do. I could just set normalization, but now I see that it feeds back on itself. On the bright side, it fixes banding, which is awesome. How does it do that? How does it fix banding? Get auto expo or calculate exposure normalization. How does it fix banding? I don't know why it does that. Calculates exposure normalization. Exposure normalization equals that. Exposure normalization. Camera attributes set exposure. Camera attributes exposure normalization. So how is this used? Ambient light. Multiplying by exposure normalization. It's more of this, right? Normalization value is really low. Make it night. It's just this really low value. I'm really not understanding how that makes it. How it's making it. What? Why can't I reproduce this now? I can't make it fluctuate. It's stuck. How does that make it, could it really just be a thing where my shader just... This was a thought that I had a while ago, but I kind of decided it wasn't really possible. Where I have like a precision problem. This thing is the normalization becomes... It's still a very small value. And maybe... Dang, I don't know. I don't know. I'm really bothered by this. Like maybe I really do just make it like 9 stops or something. And I just leave it there. And then I allow this to go higher. And Is that really it? Because I think this is making stuff blurry, right? Oh, it doesn't. Why did I think it was making things blurry? Because it's definitely not. Just crazy. I've just been using a very low f-stop this whole time. And that's been making things look ridiculous. Alright, let me leave that running, but I'm just going to print it out. I'm just going to print out the EV. That's sensitivity, right? Yeah, sensitivity. Okay. I just didn't start the game for some reason. And that like froze my computer. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, and then for now I will just turn this off. I just want to see what it looks like in game. Because the other thing that's changed is the shadows. The shadows have started looking better. I just don't want to see the sky banned. Like that's really my issue. The sky banning. If that just goes away, I'm happy. Why was like the sun's not moving? Let's grab the gun. I was gonna say, is the gun like blocking my flashlight? No. Alright, can the sun please set faster? I want it to be dark. Very red. The moon. That looks pretty cool. Flashlight's still kind of unnecessary. Very unnecessary, actually. I can see clearly. I can see very clearly. Shouldn't it be hazy on the horizon? It should be, a little bit. Alright. Flashlight is starting to be very bright. Very bright flashlight now. And I kind of think the sky is just too much. Honestly, like, I'm still okay with that. I can like not see the ground and everything is, you know, I'd rather have my flashlight on at this point, for sure. Yeah, there's like a tree here that I almost didn't even see until I turned it on. Okay, so it's really dark. But you know, this is probably, it's actually not that bad. Cannot see the moon's detail very much. Also, that messes with my ability to see in the dark enough that by the time it comes back, it looks a lot dimmer than it used to be. What is that? Oh, that's my gun floating. Okay. Floating gun. The moon now has a shadow. Well, I mean, it obviously did because I was looking at my gun shadow on the tree. Maybe it should be lower than this. Maybe the f-stop should be lower than 9, like 8 or something. But yeah, I can't see anything without the light. That shadow flickering is nuts. So I'm at 80 FPS. Is that really the gun doing that? Is the sunlight still turned on? Oh, that's really cool looking. The leaves are like red. Seems like the frame rate is steadily decreasing. Can I really not see anything? Okay. So maybe... I don't know, maybe... What would I do? Also, I think... I'm gonna turn this on and see what these values go to. So I'm gonna look at the sun. Whoops. Noon. And, just stare at this. Say maybe 2. Or I guess I could just drop this to be lower as well. Let's go midnight. So we slowly get there. So this is 10. I don't know, what if I did like 8? 500? And... $10. I can't believe it was this f-stop thing. That is actually a bit sad. The whole time it was that. But I had this at 7,100. Alright. Let me do this. Midday. I want to get the shadows to look. The shadows actually look really good right now. So... Um... $10... This is really weird. This is really laggy. Is it that? Yeah, okay. It's the printing. Alright. Turn off the printing then. Well, leave it on. I just need to be clearing it, so I'm not looking at it forever. Okay. What is this? I'm seeing the EV like change dramatically from this. It's like going really negative right now. Alright, this is all pretty interesting stuff. It's kind of weird how much these two are really, how much impact those two have. Alright, so 10 and 250, I think looks good. Maybe it doesn't look good for the day. What about default is 100? $13. Maybe this. Maybe this is what I need. 13 is pretty good for a day, I think. Need to clear this. 10,000 logs. Alright, maybe what I should do is just print this like every so often instead. So every half second I can print it. Well, I guess not actually. Never mind, I just need to remember to click it every now and then. I don't know, but what... Alright, let me turn this off. And just look at it. And try to make it look nice, what I think it should look like for a day. Okay? Maybe just changing that to 1. So 1 scale, and then okay, maybe not messing with scale. 0.4. $10. $10 and 120. All right, that's it. 10 and 120. Now, midnight. And I'll bring the printing back. Well, I won't do that. Now, the only thing I can change here is the minimum exposure value. So start by letting this go to -12, because I know that's a lot further than I will allow it to be. Okay, so this is 10.5, 10, 9, 9, 8.5? Alright, so I'm just gonna remember this is 10. Bring this down to like 5. Okay. Is that it? -8, 5, 5, 10 under 20. This part of the day is weird with how blue this is. I think it's probably just the... I don't even know. Like the ground is doing it too. Maybe what I do is try adjusting for this time of day. What is this? Because maybe if I can figure this one out, I mean, the default is 16. This looks a bit better. Maybe 16, and then I can figure out a slightly lower exposure value there. Day, sure. Very dark. Still waiting, I think. Maybe I've already hit it. Alright, -12. Okay, there's everything. Too far. Okay. Any banding? It'd be about this time. Nope. Oh, man. What have I done? How did I mess that up? That makes me really sad. I never realized that was it. I just had the f-stop way too low. Or, I mean, too high. I think I had it like 28 or something. And somehow that was just producing insane banding. And then I couldn't see anything either. Can I turn this on? That is really bad looking. Maybe not. Yeah, okay, let me just do 12K then. Fine. Wow. I've had this a stupid way for so long. Alright. Well, that's nice finally. I can see at night without the sky turning into blue lines. And exposure levels are, a lot of the numbers are just kind of nice now. -10, 2, those are the defaults, those are the defaults. This is a little bit lower than default because I do want the game to be a little bit darker on average. Wow. Alright, well. I can't believe that. I guess what was happening is the normalization was obviously affected by aperture size. And it was dropping down the brightness of the sky, and then I would brighten it up using auto exposure. I also kind of have a wonder. I think I'll look at it off stream because I'm gonna end it now. But if leaving auto exposure alone and only doing aperture size, only messing with that one, or just normalization, so that I'm not doing this double multiplication thing. I use the thing is that feeds back into it, so I probably can't. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Whatever. Thanks for watching. Well, it does make me really sad that my problem this whole time has been a badly configured value. It makes me happy that I can now have what I think looks very realistic. The shadows are the correct brightness, I think, for this time of day. At night, in a full moon, with the real moon's value of, I think the moon's value is a little bit higher than 0.5. It's probably 0.51 or something, but it's really close to the 0.5. And being able to have that at the intensity that it's at, and it look good in the world at night. You can see at night, like it's, you know, it's bright enough that you can see. You can maneuver without a flashlight. And I guess the next thing that I'll do is try and get the eye adaptation, which isn't really going to be eye app. It's just going to be like a color filter that applies once we get low enough to dark pixels. That kind of thing. Maybe I shouldn't even use that. Maybe I should just like leave that not doing anything and just stick with what it's currently at. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Goodbye.